And tonight we're honoring Sualiga's cultural icons. So I want to take a moment and tell you a little bit more about the Sage Cultural Award. The Sage Cultural Award is a recognition honoring the cultural luminaries in our community, the pioneers, founding mothers, fathers, gatekeepers, storytellers, and those who have kept the fire of culture burning bright in their chest. The Sage Cultural Award is an accolade towards and celebration of their immeasurable lifetime contribution to the development of and the continued perpetuation of our culture, our heritage, and our legacy. The sage flower has been chosen for this symbolic significance as represented in our coat of arms. The word sage also denotes reverence, legacy, and wisdom. His Excellency Governor 𝒂𝒄𝒉, let's have dialogue. So I think I said it wrong. So can you help me out? Ajabu. Sorry, His Excellency. His Excellency Governor Ajabu. This is what nerves could do to you, you know. Look at that. Ajabu. Ajamu. Look at us having a dialogue. I love this. Governor Bailey. Let's move on because I'm going to do something interesting. Second Vice Chair of Parliament, Sidar Binglani. Acting Prime Minister Egbert Duran. Members of the High Council of State. Members of Parliament, Council of Ministers, Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport, Dr. Anders Rudolph Samuel, Secretary Generals, Ms. Claudine Lake Mingu, Director of Culture of St. Maarten, Clara Race, Department Head of Culture, Department Heads of the various ministries, special invited guests. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. At this time, I would like you to rise as we invite to the stage Reverend Baptist, who is going to open the prayer for tonight. And right after that, keep standing as we sing the St. Maarten song. So you may now rise. We will have the prayer and then the St. Maarten song by Zilla Duzan.
Let us bow our hearts and open our minds for prayer. Spirit divine, attend to us at this time. Grace us with your presence, radiate your resplendence. Move and fill, speak and call from deep within the recesses of our hearts, and compel divine love to be shed abroad and impart to all. You are the God of peace, the God of love, the God of goodwill to all. Spiritual vibrations necessary to overcome our story of the fall. Grateful for grounding us in your reality, a common bond created in equality, beneficiaries of ancestral history and spirituality, for which we celebrate. We celebrate, dear God, luminaries, pioneers, mothers, fathers, gatekeepers, storytellers. We celebrate, dear God, wounded healers, repairers of paths on which we walk, and giants on whose shoulders we stand. We celebrate, dear God, those who were labeled disinherited, the wretched of the earth, and those whose backs were against the wall. We celebrate tonight this Sage Cultural Award experience. May it impart light, promote love, conquer fear, reflect achievements, and celebrate accomplishments. May this Sage Cultural Award experience inform, transform, and reform, and become a platform for truth-telling, reflecting the best of us, the best of our traditions. And so we invoke your blessing and benediction on our people. Hallow this place with your spirit. This place and space may become a cradle of ideas, the transmission of culture, a sanctum of cultural expression and animated imaginations. Not only thinking great thoughts and speaking great words, but engaging in great action. May this place become the womb of life and love for the cause of Christ, for the cause of the kingdom. So I conclude with the second stanza of Lift Every Voice and sing, stony the road we trod, bitter the chastening rod, felt in the days when hope unborn hath died, yet with a steady beat have not our weary feet come to the place for which our fathers and mothers sighed. We have come over the way that with our tears have been watered. We have come, treaded the path through the blood of the slaughtered, out of the gloomy past, till we now stand at last where the white gleam of our bright star is cast. And so, dear God of the weary years, God of the silent tears, those who have brought us thus far on our way, thou who hast by thy might led us into the light, keep us forever in the path, we pray. Lest our feet stray from the places, O God, where we met thee. Lest our hearts, drunk with the wine of the world, we forget thee. Shadowed beneath thy hand, may we forever stand, true to our God, true to our God, true to our God, true to our native land, true to our native land. For Christ's sake, amen.
Over the world where you'll find an island there, so lovely small, with nations free. Start over. Let's do this right. Start over the track, please. Thank you. You'll find an island there, so lovely small, with nations free, with people French and Dutch, though talking English much, as they say Maarten in the sea. Oh, sweet St. Maarten land, so bright by beach and strand, with sailors on the sea and harbors free, where the chains of mountains gleam, variously in sunlight cheap. Oh, I love that paradise, nature's beauty very nice. Oh, I love that paradise, nature's beauty very nice. How pretty between all green, flamboyance beaming gleam, flowers red by sunlight set, like cows and sheep and goats in meadows or on roads, thy donkeys king can't forget. Oh, sweet St. Maarten land, so bright by beach and strand, with sailors on the sea and harbors free, where the chains of mountains gleam, variously in sunlight sheen. Oh, I love our paradise, nature view, see very nice. Oh, I love that paradise, nature view, see very nice. Oh, I love that paradise, nature view, see very nice. Oh, I love that paradise, nature's view, see very nice. Nature's view, see very nice. Nature's view, see very nice.
You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I would like to call to the stage the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Youth, and Sport, Dr. Anders Rudolph Samuel, followed by the Department Head of Culture, Clara Race.
Good afternoon, family. How everybody doing? I said family. How y'all doing? All right, I'm not gonna talk too long, but I just want you all to know that everyone that's being honored this evening, because of them, I exist. I exist as an artist, a professional artist. I exist because I was that little child on St. Maarten that everybody poured their energies into. And they didn't do it to keep me busy. They did it to instill in me artistry that goes beyond everything: excellence, greatness, history, legacy, all of the things that make a person dense, rich, full, and they become a vanguard, a storyteller for St. Maarten. So for everyone that you see on this stage and for all of the other persons that will be coming to the stage, they have all been very instrumental in being the persons that tell an amazing story, the story of us. I could say history, but that's taken it out of us into somebody else's hand. So I always say, we story. You agree? If you want to know anything about St. Maarten, anything, you look at the etchings of Roland Richardson, you listen to the drums of our yesteryear's drummers, you listen to the nimble fingers on the keyboards and the string instruments, you listen to the voices and you see the dancers, because in our bodies live our story. This is the depository of everything of us. Everything is stored: our joys, our pain, our sorrows, our triumphs, our failures. Everything is in this body. And artists are the persons that unlock the key and it tells the story. Many times I'm sure you heard of songs and you say, oh, wow, that person is singing my song. That poet is saying my words, because that's what we do. So on this Sage Award, reaching into our core cultural values, it's an opportunity to give thanks and reverence and honor for those that walk the path, and a lot of times unrecognized, a lot of times unheard, but everything they did reverberates through the ages, from way back when to way back forward and forever. So for this moment, as you see these wonderful human beings on this stage who keeps the story of us in their bodies, this is our opportunity to give them thanks and praise and honor and reverence for their dreams, their visions, their fortitude, their excellence, their approach to living a full and dense life. So on that note, thank you all for coming. I will make way for the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth, and Sport, Dr. Anders Rudolph Samuel, to continue with his words of welcome and message of support. Thank you.
Protocol having been established, I would like to say thank you, Clara, for the introduction, and good evening. Good evening. Okay. Tonight is a very special night, or a very special evening. I remember the voices on the radios. I remember persons calling in on talk shows. During the funeral service of the late Mr. Lino Hughes, I remember young Dow, Mr. Isidore York, saying, "Don't wait until we die to honor us." So the message this evening, the ceremony this evening, coming from the Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports, under the Department of Culture, with the head of the department, Ms. Clara Reyes, we have brought the Sage Cultural Awards. And the idea behind the Sage Cultural Awards has been explained. Our people have demonstrated with diligence, with patience, with hard work, and with everything that they had. And they kept everything that they got from their heritage, from their great-great-grandfathers and grandmothers, and were able to pass it on to us. When you look on the stage this evening, you can see persons of different generations. Here on the stage, I even have my brother, Roosevelt Samuel, and Roosevelt is the son of one of the sons of James Robert Samuel, better known as Jim Tucker. I am his brother, and we do have other siblings. So in my world, I have Roosevelt from one generation, I am from one generation, and that's also culturally how we did it. Even though we don't do it culturally so much like that anymore. So on the 9th of May, 2021, I wrote a request to the head of the Department of Culture, and I said, I want us to legislate, to put down on paper in a way that it cannot change the aspects of the culture of who we are. Our food, our dress wear, the way we dance, the songs we sing, the things we do, the things we say them. And when we have done this, we have then preserved for the generations to come to know why we are who we are, the St. Maartener. I said, who we are, the St. Maartener. This evening, indeed, I am happy, and with great humbleness, I say to you, the Sage Cultural Award is here, and the idea is that every year, in a very structural way, we will honor our people. And this is a way that St. Maarten is saying thank you, and that St. Maarten is grateful for the contribution that these persons make. So I know we have to start somewhere, and someone have to be first, because when we began to do the research, we have found so many names, and we know that we have a lot of work to do in order to make this all possible. So this evening, I would like to say congratulations to all the awardees. Thank you for the persons in your life who have also given you the opportunity to do the things you have done. And definitely thank you on behalf of St. Maarten. Have a great evening.
All right, so I want to try something with the audience to see if we are quite awake. So repeat after me, we are grateful. We could do better. We definitely could do better, considering. So let's try this again. We are grateful. We are very, very grateful. Coming back to you on that same gratitude note. At this time, I would like us to move forward in the program, and we are going to hear a tribute for Tani and the Boys, right? And this tribute is done by the Family String Band, led by 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓. Oh, you know my weakness now, okay? I love all you. 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓, who's the grandson of the founder of Tani and the Boys, Nathaniel Tani Davis. And right after the string band performs, we're gonna call up presenter Michael Ferrier, and he's gonna give us the bio for Tani and the Boys. So give a warm St. Maarten welcome to the Family String Band.
One, two, one. Oh, kind of other style with other drums. Oh. One, two, three, four. I cannot play my instrument since I married Millicent. Cannot play my instrument since I married Millicent. From the time the lady wake Not let my sax for heaven's sake. She says she like to play the tune. Remember the old time on the moon. Saxophone, leave me sax alone. You're blowing it out of tune. You can't make the note. Saxophone to carry your arm, your truth. Leave my sax alone. You're blowing it out of tune. You can't make the note. Saxophone to carry your arm, your truth. Into the middle of the night, Millie said she had me in a fight, blowing off the thing before she could. Look, she nearly went in the neighborhood. I said, but Millie, that is not right. You can't disturb the peace at night. They never done talking what I'm said. I gotta play before I go to bed. Sax up, leave my sax alone. You're blowing it out the tune. You can't make the note. Saxophone to hear your hand. Leave my sax alone. You're blowing it out the truth. You can't make the note. Saxophone to hear your hand, your truth. One night I laid down by the breast, having a half an hour rest. Millie said she started to tickle me, allow me to play that melody. The way she licked the saxophone, like she was biting a piece of bone. And she mouth up on the top, like a baby sucking lollipop. Sax up, leave my sax alone. You're blowing it out the truth. You can't make the note. Saxophone to carry your hand, your throat. Sax up, leave my sax alone. Woman, you're blowing it out the truth. You can't make the note. Saxophone to carry your hand, your throat. Last night we hustled by the woods, Millie said determined to be good. Soon as I lay down to relax, into shape how she put the sack. I want she start to blow. I had no right to tell her no. Did we no soften out the tune? Like with a broken saxophone. Sax up, leave my sax alone. You're blowing it out the tune. You can't make the note. Saxophone to hear you, I'm your throat. Sax up, leave my sax alone. You're blowing it out the tune. Sax up, leave my note. Saxophone to hear you, I'm your throat. Saxophone, leave my sax alone. Woman, you're blowing it out the tune. You can't make the note. Saxophone to hear you, saxophone, leave my sax alone. Hey, blowing it out the tune. You can't make the note. Saxophone, take care, you have your throne. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. That was music, right? All right, that's what I remember. And they replaced Eddie accordion with his trumpet. And it sounds pretty good. I like it, I like it, I like it. Eddie, let me tell you, you boys are the best. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is 𝒚𝒐𝒄𝒉. And I've been asked to read an excerpt written by none other than Mr. Lassana Sekou about tanning the boys. And then when I came up the stairs here, Clara tell me, Michael, you gotta hurry up, eh? But they gave me something that is about oh, easy, 20 minutes long. They ain't gonna work. So we're gonna talk about Tanny and the Boys as I remember them. These people, Tanny and the Boys, the original ones I'm talking about, they are, to me, heroes for St. Maarten of St. Maarten. They have done a tremendous job in promoting our island. Yes, give them a round of applause. We have, unfortunately, of the original group, only 3 left, which is Eddie and Roosevelt and Belto. And unfortunately, Belto, because of health situations, couldn't be here either. We just lost, this year we lost George, unfortunately. And it's been an amazing ride that these folks have done. They've played and entertained St. Maarten for over 60 years, if I remember well. Over 60 years. And we can tell you stories. I mean, I'll read some of it that I was sent to talk about, if I can get this thing. See, this thing used to work so much better when I had pen and paper. Now I got to do it with this. It doesn't work so well. Hold on a second. We're going to figure this out. It's a story that was written by, like I said, it's Lassana Sekou. And as soon as I find it, here it is. Here we go. It started out as follows. He said, Tanny and the Boys was the premier string band of St. Maarten, and some would dare say in the northeastern Caribbean. The Golden Age musicians who constitute this band play a festive music rooted in traditional St. Maarten. The music is as sweetly infectious to the mind, body, and soul as it was to revelers and partygoers for over half of the 20th century, when the string band was a dominant mode of entertainment of parties, which at times lasted all night long. Band leader Nathaniel Tanny Davis played music for 40 years, 45 years in fact. His banjo was made in St. Maarten by a fellow called 𝒚𝒂𝒄𝒉, and that banjo is still alive, I think, right? That's it there. That's the same one there. Show the people. Show the people. Tanny had a way with words. And Tanny used to keep these boys under control, at least he thought so. When you see them get away, and they start to play music, and Tanny wanted to change something, couldn't stop them because they were going, they were moving. It was an amazing thing. And the sounds that the young people know, no, not you, you ain't so young. You're 85 years old, and I said something about Carlson, 85 years old, still playing with the young people. But the sound was excellent. I was standing in the back and closed my eyes, and I could see Maxime, I could see George, I could see Culebra. Now, let me tell you something about Culebra. Culebra was known as the human backhoe. If you want to dig a cistern, you call Culebra. If you want to dig a grave, you call Culebra. If you want to hear a man sing Spanish that nobody understood if it was Spanish, you call Culebra. Culebra used to sing words. I said, Culebra, what I was? What you want from me? Culebra made his own words, but it was Spanish, he said. He said he's from Santo Domingo, but I don't know. Culebra was the best. And then Maxime. Maxime started to work at Napa at the tender age of 76. He tell me, he said, Michael, I gotta do something. I'm going crazy. I can't stay in the house. He had a house. He used to live right next to the burying ground there in Colsac, across from Food Center, you call that place now. It tells you how old I am. He was living in this house, and he had the windows. He said when the window opened, then a home. Then I passed there, 8 o'clock at night, the window closed. And I know, I called for him, he didn't answer. The next day, he tell me, he said, boy, young lady just come see me. So I just closed the window. So she think I gone. And she ain't bother me. This time, no way, went through the back door. Maxime worked until he was 89 years old. And then he lived another 4 years, and then he passed away. He left me in 1989, but an amazing person. There was a song that he used to play, the 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓. You remember that one? Yeah, it was like a waltz, right? A three-step polka. That's what it was. It was amazing. But again, I'm going back a little bit. These folks have done a tremendous job. They played for Queen Juliana. They played for Queen Beatrix. They played for all the lieutenant governors. They played for the governor prior to Governor Bailey. They played for the folks from the French side, the mayors and stuff like that. And they've been Aruba, Curacao, St. Thomas, Holland. They even played in a show that was projected towards Japan, trying to bring Japanese people over here. These folks did just about everything, and again, I want to say thank you very much to Tanny and the boys, the old folks there, and the young wellers that's coming up right now. Folks, put your hands together and say thank you for the work you've done for us. St. Maarten is a better place because of Tanny and the boys. Thank you very much. Oh, I forget to mention, get up here, buddy. You see this fella? Eh? Pork chop. Pork chop is made by Tanny. And he is doing fantastic, and he's now taking over the tambora that George used to play, right? Right. A hand for pork chop.
We'd like to call to the stage the Minister of Culture. All right, so the first award will go to we're going to call to the stage Eddie Violinas. Come forward, please. We're also going to call up James Roosevelt.
Go more in the light, please. Go in the light.
Next, we'd like to call for Jimmy Violinist, who's going to receive the award on behalf of George Violinist. Next, we're going to call forward Raphael Thomas on behalf, who will be receiving the award for Abraham Thomas. To the original MC, Solange Japon, your turn. Come forward and receive the award for Carl Tallboy Arnell. Next, we're going to call up Sharon Hassel. She's going to be receiving the award for Maxime Reid. Please come forward, Abby Arndell. You'll be receiving the award for Joycelyn Arndell.
Oh.
Sir 𝒕𝒓𝒆𝒏𝒈𝒕𝒉𝒆𝒏𝒊𝒏𝒈, you're going to be receiving an award on behalf of two people, Nathaniel Davis as well as Roberto Arundel. Roberto Richardson. Alberto Richardson. Oh, he's here. Ah, both of you can come forward, it's okay.
No, wait, just wait.
Stay close by.
We didn't know he was going to come, but I heard he showed up. So then they will receive again on behalf of Alberto. He's not here, so let Edsel take it.
And so you're still up, sir. For Alberto Arundel. All right, so Jacqueline Brooks Rogers, please come forward.
One more for Alberto.
Yes. Yes. For Culebra Smith.
Federico Culebra.
Nobody. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your contribution, and congratulations for winning the Sage Cultural Awards. So you may now rise and take a group picture. Stand forward. Stand up and come forward, please. Stand up and come forward to take a group picture. Step forward. Everybody on stage. Mr. Alberto's representative. All right, folks, come forward so we can see everybody. Come forward. One group picture. Come forward. One line. Or folks, as they're taking their picture, can we give an offering of applause for Tani and the boys?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, as this group of awardees, they're going to exit the stage, and we're going to ask for the second group of awardees to come forward. You know who you are. We're going to switch the stage, and you're going to ask you guys to have a seat in the audience. And let's say farewell to all of these wonderful pioneers. Give a big round of applause for Tani and the boys, as well as the family string band for continuing the tradition. So calling on stage, Priscille, Helen, Mr. Roland Richardson, Ms. Vero, Ms. Anastasia Larmoni, Mr. Chester York. Please come around to the back, and you will now be receiving your awards. Idris, Mr. Chester York, Anastasia, all come around this way. Yes, you will guide Ms. Vero. Yes. Thank you, Kitura. Your mommy insisted on sitting in there. Rude, the musicians want to leave the stage. Can they plug out?
I'm not in love.
I know you feel where I'm coming from, regardless of the things in my past that I've done. Most stuff it really was for the hell of the fun. On the carousel, so around I spun, with no directions, just trying to get some. Trying to chase skirts, living in the summer sun. This is how I lost more than I had ever won. And honestly, I ended up with none. There's no much nonsense.
Will the representative for Clarence Bongo please come on stage? Mr. Clarence Bongo Richardson, please come on stage.
Cause we didn't want to be a TV episode. And all the bad thoughts, just let them go. Beautiful girls all over the world. I could be chasing, but my time would be wasted. They got nothing on you, baby. Nothing on you, baby. They might say hi and I might say hey, but you shouldn't worry about what they say, cause they got nothing on you, baby. Nothing on you, baby. Hands down, there will never be another one. I've been around and I've never seen another one. Look at your style and really got nothing on. Ain't you wild when you ain't got nothing on? Baby, you're the whole package. Plus you pay your taxes and you keep it real while the others stay plastic. You're my Wonder Woman, call me Mr. Fantastic. Stop, now think about it. I've been in London, I've been to Paris, even way out there in Tokyo. Back home down in Georgia, to New Orleans, but you're always to the show. And just like that girl, you got me froze, like a Nintendo 64. If you never knew, well now you know. Beautiful girls all over the world. I could be chasing.
Miss Tallulah Bailey, please come on stage.
They got nothing on you, baby. Nothing on you, baby. They might say hi and I might say hey, but you shouldn't.
Is Elton Richardson in the house?
worry about what they say,
Please come on stage.
nothing on you, baby. Nothing on you, baby. Everywhere I go, I'm always hearing your name. And no matter where I'm at, girl, you make me wanna sing. Whether a bus or a plane or a car or a train, no other girls on my brain, you knew them all the blame. Beautiful girls all over the world. I could be chasing, but my time would be wasted. They got nothing on you, baby. Nothing on you, baby. They might say hi and I might say hey, but you shouldn't worry about what they say, cause they got nothing on you, baby.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to continue the program. We're going to now move on to our second tribute, a performance by Roberto Celestino Arundel, who cannot be with us at this time. However, he sent a video performance, a poem. And so what we're about to see is a poem performance by Roberto Celestino Arundel, followed by the bio of Clarence Bongo Richardson.
From Colkeel to Boston the Bongo, he lost his name to Colkeel, but he became Bongo. In those days, there were so many people in need, and Bongo gave a helping hand in his own way. He gave back instead of being greedy. Instead, he gave to the needy. Receiving and giving went hand in hand with Bongo. and everybody received his help. Building your house or cleaning your yard. It was nothing that he wouldn't do for you. He was always there for his people. Yes, he shared inspiration. Yes, this is true. One little deed, one little thought, one act meant so much to the people. From cold keel to jollification, Bongo matured like fine wine. And overnight his hair glitter, even in the dark. Bongo, yes, Bongo became the silver fox. But his name will be forever remembered as Bongo. Bongo was like Aunt Jemima's stick-on plaster. Born in Anguilla, he roamed the shores of St. Maarten and spread his wings to St. Thomas. But quickly came back in the 60s, got involved in construction and block making. He was sure a hard worker. Though he partnered with Bako in the construction field, he still found time to look after the sick and shut-in. He loved Kolbe and looked out for his people in Kebe and Kolbe. In those days, if you wanted to know about the people in Kolbe, just ask Bongo. Bongo, you know him? Yes. Some of you call him Clarence Richardson, Miss Evelina's son, Sinclair brother. He always seemed to care and lend a listening ear. He roamed from home to home just to make sure the sick and shut in was never left alone. My grandmother declared that Bongo was an angel. Bongo, she said, was blessed. Bongo, yes, Bongo, he was somebody I look up to. And he had energy. No matter how tired Bongo was, he always find time to help you. He was a man you could depend on. From jollification to helping the sick and shut-in, Bongo will be forever remembered. Bongo was a hero of Kolbe. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me, Roberto Celestino Arundel, to present the Sage Cultural Award to my good friend, the late Clarence Richardson, better known as Bongo, from Kolbe. Ladies and gentlemen, Clarence Richardson, better known as Bongo, was born in Anguilla on January 21st, 1939. And soon after, he moved to St. Maarten at a tender age. Bongo was into making coal, and thus he built many coal keels. Bongo was a kind and loving person. My grandmother said he was well known throughout Kolbe, Kebe, and as a matter of fact, she said, the whole St. Maarten. He took care of the shut-in and even slept over when they were not feeling well. Bongo was an amazing person, my grandmother used to say. He was a modern-day nurse to these people, especially during the evening. I myself witnessed Bongo sharing his love and helping people. He spread that caring spirit throughout Kolbe community. Looking for work, Bongo traveled to St. Thomas, then he finally settled in St. Maarten. He got married and had his family right there in Kolbe. he was sure a hard worker. And yes, Bongo had a lot of energy. After working on his own, he partnered with 𝒚𝒂𝒄𝒉 Richardson in the construction field and built many apartment buildings and houses, which you can still see in Colby and KB. Though he was a very busy man, he still found time to help people build their house. The help was free. It was called jollification. Bongo knew the true meaning of jollification. Food and drinks and having a good time was his payment. Bongo died May the 22nd, 2019. Congratulations to this great man and to the hero of Colby.
At this time, I would like to call to the stage Ms. Lydia Arnell, who will be presenting the award on behalf of Roberto Celestino Arundel. And I'd also like to call to the stage, center stage, the family representative, Sandra Richardson, to receive the Sage Cultural Award on behalf of Clarence Bongo Richardson. So we have the brother of Sandro. Thank you very much. So we're going to move on to the next tribute performance, and this tribute performance is dedicated to Veronica Ms. Vero Arundel, and I'm going to call to the stage the Seventh-day Adventist School Choir, Gospel Choir, accompanied by their musical director, Anthony Hunter. Give them a round of applause, please. As soon as the Seventh-day Adventist School Gospel Choir presents, we're going to call to the stage right after presenter Dr. Anders Milda Arduin.
And then it became so quiet. So part of tonight's presentation was to make it intergenerational, to keep the legacy going between the young generations and our elders, to keep the story evolving. And these are the next generation who are under the tutelage of Mr. Anthony Hunter, a brilliant musician at the Seventh-day Adventist School, and he's been producing some magnificent vocalists. So tonight we get to enjoy these young performers as they serenade to Miss Vero Ms. Vero, this is your serenade, brought to you by the students of the Seventh-day Adventist School Choir. So as we go in this journey of giving accolades, I want you all to consider what are you able to do within your own family, because some of the things that people keep talking about is the lack of our story, the lack of our history books, the lack of all of these things, but they are there. And it's our responsibility as a community for all of us to engage with doing our interviews and recording our grandparents, and not even our grandparents. The changes that are happening in St. Maarten are so fast and swift. If you were to interview your mother, you'd be surprised how much things have shifted in the journey between our mothers, even our older siblings. So take it upon yourselves. Everybody has these amazing video telephones. Start doing and recording your own family history so we can start gathering our stories. That's your homework. All right? Think about it. Without further ado, the young children of the Seventh-day Adventist School.
The news came to Jesus. Please come fast. Lazarus is sick, and without your help, he will not last. Sister Mary and Martha watched their brother die. They waited for Jesus, he did not come, and they wondered why. The death watch was over. He was buried for a day. Somebody said he'll soon be here. The Lord's on his way. Martha ran to him, and then she cried, Lord, if you had been here, you could have healed him and still be alive. But you're 4 days late, and the hope is gone. Lord, we don't understand why you waited so long. Oh, but his way is God's way, not yours or mine. Isn't it great that He's for
protocol having been established, and I say good evening to everyone, especially to the honorees, the recipients of this prestigious Sage Cultural Award. Good evening. It is for me a distinct honor to present this prestigious Sage Award to a pillar of Dutch Quarter community. Anybody alleging to have worked with the community of Dutch Quarter the past 50+ years must have met and encountered the giving heart of Miss Farrow. Veronica Arndel, affectionately known to all as Miss Farrow, born on St. Maarten on March 26, 1932, is recognized as a dedicated wife, mother, teacher, and mentor to all. She is especially recognized as such to those of her community, Dutch Quarter. Today, at the delicate age of 90 years, and still contributing, Miss Farrow is a well-respected, community-minded, and active person in her village. While trusting that she has earned that respect over the years from her students and their parents due to her hard work and dedication, Miss Farrow has always remained very humble, loving, and kind. Though not having a teaching degree, Miss Farrow earned the title of teacher by giving afternoon classes to the children in her village and surroundings. The afternoon classes included taking care of students from the nearby Martin Luther King School. Getting a community center built was her dream and passion. She became the self-appointed supervisor when the Dutch Quarter Community Center was being built, explaining the architects and the contractors about the flow of water and the trenches in the area. During the afternoon classes, which could now be held at the community center, she would guide the students with their homework, make sure they had a meal, and provide childcare as well. But it did not stop there. Miss Farrow also saw the importance of getting involved and assist her friend Debbie of the 𝒚𝒂𝒄𝒉 Foundation. Which provided housing and care for children in need of a place to call home. Miss Farrow was very weary of persons saying that St. Maarten doesn't have a culture. To this, she would respond, culture is taught at home. It is from this principle, she did not just say it, but it is from this principle that Miss Farrow has written her book, the beauty and culture of St. Maarten. According to Amazon, this book contains the heartfelt writings of Veronica Arndel, a native of St. Maarten. She shares a rarely revealed perspective of the cultural challenges of her homeland. Miss Farrow is an icon, a hero of our times. She is still willing to stand up, be strong, and lead, always making an effort, big or small, to share her beliefs and cultural values with others, in particular with youths. As Ms. Farrow says, it takes a village to raise us all. With the respect earned through her hard work and dedication, Ms. Farrow today expresses feelings of contentment, gratitude, and total joy. Ms. Farrow of Dutch Quarter.
So, Ms. Vero, because when I get older, I want to be as young as you. I want to be as young as you. So, would you please bless us with a few words?
Okay. Good evening to everyone, those that I've met coming in, and those that I didn't. What I want to say is I'm very, very happy that at long last, I've seen a part of my dream come true. And I think that all of us sitting in this room tonight has the opportunity to do more than I did, because I'm only 9 years old. Turn it around, it's 90. I'm happy and I'm thankful. And I want to say a big thank you to Roberto and Clara. I want to say a big thank you to you. We've talked oftentimes, and I want to say at last, a part of our dream came true. Thank you all.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue to our next tribute. So we're going to call to the stage at this time the son of Senric Griffith, and Cecile Griffith is going to give us a saxophone rendition. And while he's playing the saxophone, I want you to, of course, get lost in the music, but stay in the room. We're going to have, right after him, Miss Ida Holloman, who is going to give us the bio for Mr. Griffith.
Maarten, say Maarten. To me you are like an angel, a friend indeed, a loyal kindred. Though I bear your pain and your stress, in my heart I count you no less, because you are still the best. Yes, you are still the best. Every time I look at the Middle East,
Good evening. It is very obvious that talent runs in the Griffith family. Mr. Cynric Nathaniel Griffith. Something about his early years. Cynric Nathaniel Griffith was born on January 1st, 1919 in St. Kitts, to his young mother, Margaret Knight, and his father, Cynric Griffith Sr. Born to a young mother, Griffith was raised by his grandmother, who earned a living as a baker for her family. Life for Griffith's family, like that of many of his contemporaries, was hard due to the depressed economic conditions at that time. Griffith, by his own account, was a sickly child. Who would have believed that? Given his long life, of course. It was during his early childhood that he discovered his unique talent and passion for painting. His surroundings, the Bible and other books he read, inspired him to paint. While other kids were busy playing sports like cricket or football, he fell head over heels for his first love and began making all kinds of sketches. To help bring in much needed money for his family, he started selling his paintings at a young age. Education. Raised under the guidance of his grandmother, the young Griffith's life was a result of strongly influenced by her teachings. Like many of his generation, his family's financial situation did not allow for him to pursue higher education. He, however, never gave up his ambition to go to college. Personal life. While Mr. Griffith was finding his way as a painter, he mixed the colors of his passion for painting with the radiant colors of romance as reflected in his children, grand, great-grand, and great-great-grandchildren. In 1956, Griffith moved to St. Maarten in pursuit improving his life. And in 1963, he jumped the broom, like his grandmother would say, and married Miss Lillian Irene Herbert. Together they had 3 children, Cecil, Patricia, and Helen. Mr. Griffith was easy to talk to, and in speaking with him, he often spoke fondly of his children. Something about his professional life. Having started painting and selling his works in his early teens, it is difficult to pinpoint when his professional career began. Noteworthy is that his first art entry was made in the 1955 competition by the Alcoa Steamship Company. A year later, he, as mentioned before, moved to St. Maarten, where he would establish himself as an artist. His journey, like that of many artists, was, however, not an easy one. It was during his side job, while still working at Passan Grand Hotel, the opportunity for him to realize his dream to pursue higher education presented itself. The owner of the hotel, recognizing Griffith's unique artist talents and skills as a painter, granted him an art scholarship. He grabbed it with both hands, and true to his persevering spirit, he went on to obtain degrees from the Art Student League in 1968 and the National Academy of Fine Arts in 1969 in New York. This opened up the opportunities for him. In particular, it landed him a teaching job at the FVPT School, the predecessor of the current St. Maarten Academy. Mr. Griffith was elated at the time and later enjoyed when students called out to him recalling his art classes. Mr. Griffith has influenced many students in his lifetime while he taught at the St. Maarten Academy in the 80s. He also nurtured many young artists in the apprenticeship programs offered by the Nanette Burden Foundation through the Prince Bernhard Fund. He enjoyed passing on his knowledge to his students and instilling in them love for the arts. As a result of his sharing spirit, many of his colleague artists have attested to his mentorship and encouragement. His work, as a result thereof, been put on display here at home and throughout the Caribbean, the United States, and Europe. He participated in exhibitions in Antigua, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, Curacao, the Dominican Republic, Cuba, the Netherlands, and various cities in the mainland United States of America. On the crowning experience which he relished was the acknowledgement of his extraordinary contribution to the art on St. Maarten and beyond, when honored with a royal decoration as a member in the Order of Oranje Nassau in 2004. We, however, do not stand still enough to realize and appreciate magnitude of the gift which he has granted us through his outstanding body of work. A body of work crowned with his masterpieces, Mothering Trouble, Portrait of a Man, Cane Cutter, and The Fisherman, and so many others, with my favorite being Mother in Trouble. Those pieces truly are a testimony to his exceptional artistry, rightfully qualifying him to carry the title Master Portrait Artist. Looking at his body of work, we should be reminded that his paintings are too valuable as carriers of our culture and not to cherish, share, and preserve them. On Saturday afternoon, December 22, 2018, Mr. Cynric Nathaniel Griffith passed just a few days shy of his 100th birthday. Thank you.
To receive the award for Mr. Griffith, I'd like to call for his daughter to center stage, Helen Griffith.
When I look around in the world today, all about from country to town, I observe mankind's misery on display.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next tribute performance is to Mr. Roland Pabin Bryson by Anne Myers of the Colby Theater Company as the quintessential Miss Aggie, the wife of Pabin, from the role made famous by Roland Bryson from the theatrical play Storytime. So we're going to call forth Miss Myers to perform, followed by the director and former Commissioner of Culture, Louis Levaste, who also happens to be a personal friend, and he's going to read the tribute bio for Roland Pabin.
To me, you are like an angel, a friend indeed, a loyal kindred. Though I bear your pain and your stress, in my heart I count you no less, because you are still the best. Yes, you are still the best.
So ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to put on a little skit from the play Old Story Time. We don't have no costumes on and stuff like that. There is no stage setting, so walk with us.
Okay? Use the imagination. Okay then.
You can hear me.
I hate working with mics when I'm acting. Okay? We on? You hearing me now? Okay, then we good to go.
Lord Pabin, a worry, a pray, now fret. Master will never neglect me so. He know I'll be worried. Lord Pabin, all kind of things that go through my mind. I wonder if somebody burn candle on his head.
You suspect anybody who could have do that?
Every one of them will do it to me, everybody.
Me too?
Well, except you, Pabin. Who that? Who that?
I can't make the voice. All's well, all well.
Bearing up, bearing up. Well, Troy, I get a letter from him just today saying how he's doing so well with his lesson. And he said to tell everybody how they. Yeah, I'll do that. Wow, good, you hear? Lord Pabin, it hurt my soul case to tell such a lie. But I don't want she to go and spread all over the district saying how my son dashed me away. I got to keep up the pretense.
No, I understand. That was a good lie. But is who she be?
Miss Esmeralda's daughter, no, the one they call Pearl.
She? Oh, I thought the face did look familiar, like somebody I didn't know. But what a wish a mashup.
Bad life.
She mash up bad boy. But ain't she and your son ain't the same age?
The same, just a few months apart. That child there, she only 20, you know, and she got 5 children already. And it looked to me as if she's going up again.
Yeah, it looked to me as if she's taking spring. These young girls nowadays just don't know how to lock the leg.
Pabin, I'm so glad how I struggled with my masculine. All now, sir, he will turn worthless just as the rest of them.
You put him in the right direction, man. You put him in the right direction. You finish?
Yeah, Pabin, the only thing left to complete him now is he to marry that nice brown-skinned girl with a tall hair down she back and I pick out frame.
Your mind's still on Reverend Greaves' daughter, no?
Well, it's my dream, Pabin. What excitement in the district. Banquet upon the banquet is so the people them here gonna malice me off. Pabin, I go and tie up my head, come back.
Girl, I can push up myself too. Today, it is an honor to bestow the Sage Cultural Award to an icon of St. Maarten, a man who has carried so many names and titles in his lifetime. Those names range from Marlborough to Chimango, Mekunyao, Master of Ceremony, the comedian, the radio commentator, scriptwriter, the old man Pabin. Born October 7, 1950, on the northern side of St. Maarten, he grew up in the village of Colbay. He enjoyed music, singing, acting, sports, and meeting people. His biggest passion was acting. He had the knack for performing. From way back then, Roland had it in him, the art of how to tell a story how to perform it. It came so natural to him. Every night or day when he visited, I looked forward to his old story times. Roland had a love for the limelight. He loved the stage and he loved to perform. That's why today he is referred to as the comedian, master of ceremony, scriptwriter, historian, radio commentator, photographer, and media freelancer. He assisted with preparing many sketches for beauty pageants, contestants, and he was proud of that. This is where he felt at ease, comfortable. This was what made him Paben. You know, they have a saying, the world is your stage. You have to dress for it. You have to play your role. In my opinion, our belief, this world was his stage. He claimed it and used it to the best of his ability. Roland loved music and entertainment. Over the years, during St. Martin's Carnival, you could always look forward to seeing Paben on a truck with a microphone in his hands and him singing and dancing along with the No Limit Band or the Rolling Tones Band, which his cousin Adolphus managed. He loved that. He loved it. And that was what made him happy. Getting on one of those trucks with a band was one of his favorite things to do. Sports was also a thing of his, playing baseball for the Panthers baseball team back in the early 18s. Roland Bryson held down a great first base. He loved the game. The Panthers was proud of him. So says James Hodge, an outfielder for the team back then. They even won the baseball championship at one time during those years. When it comes to acting, Roland Bryson joined the Colby Theatre Company, where after performing in several leading roles, he got stuck with what became the most popular character name in St. Martin today, the Old Man Paben, taken from a play, Old Story Time, back in 1986. The Old Man Paben also went abroad to represent St. Martin on stage in different parts of the Caribbean and the world. Roland would use that name Paben character to promote our St. Martin culture wherever he was and wherever he went. At one time, I even witnessed a young boy playing the character Paben during one of the children's parade. That's how popular he was and the legacy he left behind. Paben enjoyed playing his character. I would follow his page and see how much fun tourists would have doing the corkscrew jam. They would write to say, "We coming back just to see you again." Paben continued with his acting and performing throughout the years and was working at the Oyster Bay Beach Resort as a storyteller and host to the visiting tourists there. He would recite the history of St. Martin during the weekly orientation. Paben would promote St. Martin to the tourists staying there, told them stories of St. Martin history and culture. He became St. Martin's icon, unpaid ambassador of tourism. However, he did not care much about that. All he cared about was making St. Martin proud. When you saw him on the trucks in his Paben character, it was for St. Martin. People looked forward to his radio show during Carnival, an event he promoted to the fullest. His slogan at the end of his sign-off was, "Love thy neighbor as you love yourself, and love yourself as your neighbor, and don't do unto others what you don't want them to do to you." Paben loved his people. It would take nothing for him to put on a show for you, right here, right now. The legend lives.
We'll now call to the stage Elton Richardson to receive the award for Roland Paben Bryson.
When I look around in the world today, all about from countries.
So we're going to be moving on, and I'd like to call to the stage Deshawn Prince, who is going to do a tribute. And this tribute is dedicated to Lasana Siku, and she's going to be dancing a piece that she choreographed entitled Intoxication. In the meantime, Rhoda Arundel, Dr. Rhoda Arundel, please come to the stage. She's our next presenter for the bio.
Intoxicate. Would there be a prayer so evening soft, in a copper flame sunrest of candles, so like your eyes? Could there be a prayer so sweetly named, so like your lips opening unto their dancing slave, the lute of your laughter? Could there be a prayer so like the captive fleece of silver in your hair, slender like a virgin's fingers in flight from your temples, caught in a toss as winged whispers to the want of your neck? Oh, but to touch fevered nostrils once more, to the fragrance dew of your skin, that eastern dark of velvet down, and also like your voice saying, "Here," to the tips of your fingers, leaving, receiving the wine of mine, for no reason but a greeting of this and that. So like an eternal touch haunts this pilgrim, who would have knelt in kingly disgrace to rise as an inflamed chariot drawn by the unsheathing bristling of hoven beasts, and revel over your corpulent fine and pout, though not to consume you just yet, but to worship in vulgar disregard at the mounds to paradise descent, chiseled back for the wealth of youth, with the gasp and seethe and sweat and sheer garments from distances woven to come to this grace. You hear my moment of prayer.
Good evening, everyone. Gotta put on my glasses. We all know Lassana 𝒚𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒉 as a poet, journalist, author, publisher, but I get the distinct privilege to call him friend and the honor to introduce him this evening. It is a friendship spanning 40 years based on mutual respect, our love for St. Maarten people, and our advocacy for independence for our homeland. Thank you. In all of his over 20 books of poetry, short stories, monologues, and essays, the one constant for Lassana remains the love for humanity and all things St. Maarten, whether it be language, landscape, people, or even politics. Reviewers have compared his poetry to the works of poets such as 𝒚𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒉, Kamau Brathwaite, Dylan Thomas, E.E. Cummins, and Linton Kwesi Johnson. However, writes literary critic Howard Fergus in his book, Love, Labor, and Liberation in Lassana 𝒚𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒉, the voice that reaches us is sui generis, unique and 𝒚𝒂𝒄𝒉. The newest study of Lassana's work is Caribbean counterpart, The Aesthetics of Salt in Lassana 𝒚𝒂𝒂𝒄𝒉, by Italian author and professor Dr. Sarah Florian. What you may not know is that Lassana holds a master's degree in mass communication from Howard University and a bachelor's degree in political science and international relations from Stony Brook University. Yes, ma'am, that deserves an applause. 𝒚𝒂𝒄𝒉's books, Nativity, The Salt Reaper, 37 Poems, Love Songs Make You Cry, and Brotherhood of the Spurs, have been required reading at Caribbean, South and North American, and European universities. He is the editor of Caribbean Poetry Anthologies, the landmark national symbols of St. Maarten, a primer, and producer of the 𝒕𝒏, the first recordings of traditional St. Maarten festive music by the legendary Tanny and the Boys. Yes, that's my friend. Lassana has recited his poetry and delivered papers at literary festivals and conferences throughout the Caribbean, USA, South America, Africa, Europe, and Asia. And I just named the continents because the countries are many. Yes, ma'am. His poetry and reviews about his work have appeared in World Literature Today, Tripwire, Tropo a la Uña, Mexico, Postcolonial Text, Callaloo, the Massachusetts Review, Del Caribe, De Gids, Das Gedicht, Prometeo, Revue Noire, Caribbean Quarterly, Caribbean Review of Books, Boundary 2, Harriet, St. Martin's Newsday, the Jamaica Gleaner, the Daily Herald, Caribbean Beat, Hong Kong Literary Monthly, and Repeating Islands, just to name a few. His poetry has been translated into Spanish, Dutch, French, German, Italian, Turkish, and Chinese. He is the founder of House of Nehesi Publishers, where he secured the publication of noted authors such as George Lamming, Kamau Brathwaite, Amiri Baraka, Chiki Vicioso, Nida Kuri, Tishani Doshi, and books by over 20 St. Maarten writers. Lassana is also the co-founder of the annual St. Maarten Book Fair, along with founder and another brother, 𝒚𝒂𝒄𝒉. Awards and honors include an International Writers Workshop Visiting Fellow, China, a James Michener Fellow, USA, recognition for literary excellence in the service of Caribbean unity, Dominican Republic, a knighthood, Netherlands, the CTO Awards of Excellence, St. Maarten, no? And a judge for the Casa de las Americas Literary Prize, Cuba, Small Acts Literary Competition, USA, and the National Independence Festival of Creative Arts, Barbados. And tonight, the Sage Awards, St. Maarten. I've given you just a hint of Lasana's works and what he represents in the world of literature. But if you really want to get a better understanding of the man and his works, I suggest you read Salted Tongues, Modern Literature in St. Maarten by Fabian Badijo, Love, Labor, and Liberation in Lasana Sekou by Howard Fergus, and Caribbean Counterpoint, The Aesthetics of Salt in Lasana Sekou, all published right here in St. Maarten by House of Nehesi Publishers. Ladies and gentlemen, the honor and the privilege is mine to present to you my friend, Lasana Mwanza Sekou.
When I look around in the world today, all about from country to town, I observe mankind's misery.
So I'm going to ask the wordsmith to leave us with a few words. What would you like to say, sir?
Just a thank you to all of you here, my family, who've always been with me from day one. From the days when my first poetry reading was not in New York, it was at a house concert in St. Maarten in those days. That's part of where we come from and what we want to build on to make this place even more beautiful and brilliant and belonging to us, all of us, the people of St. Maarten. Peace.
All right, before we continue, I'd like my esteemed audience to stand to their feet very, very quickly, quick. Audience, standing, stretching. Stretch it, find your knees. And I want to hear you, well, I'm gonna get you to do it first on your volume. So just want you to say thank you out loud after the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, so that's a warm up. We're going to do it one more time. These are the people that build our culture. Our culture. This is ours. 1, 2, 3. You may have a good seat after your good stretch. Have a seat, folks. So we're going to move on. We're moving on to our next tribute. And this next tribute is specifically for Miss Laurel Yaya Richards. And I'm going to call to the stage Melissa Fleming, who is also a very amazing poet. And she's going to read a poem by Miss Yaya. And I understand we also have a video performance that Miss Yaya did a couple years back when she did the vagina monologue. So we're going to do that. So Melissa is going to come to talk to us, express Yaya's words. And then after she does, right after she does that, Suja Ref, who's the founder of the St. Maarten Book Fair and a cultural activist, he's going to bring us the bio of Miss Yaya.
Good evening. It gives me great honor to be here this evening to present Yaya's work. Yaya boy, she really taught me so much My time around her was so enjoyable, so funny, filled with laughter. And I feel like, again, like I say, humbly honored to present this on her honor this evening. The title of this poem is called Tra-la-la, Tra-la-la, Melly in the Market Under the Sandbox Tree. Tra-la-la, tra-la-la, tra-la-la. Hey, boy. Melly, I tell you, Melly. In the market, under the sandbox tree. Hey, tree-arm, Russian fisherman Nando. But only the aristocrat woman daughter he want. He gave her a special token of love from the sea. A seashell, seashell, seashell. It's a pearl from the sea, mean the sound of love. It gives you note and sound to remember. I love you, I love you. You see, love making is an art. Love making is an art, but you must safeguard it. Safeguard it from yourself so that no one may harm it. I tell you, 3 local women, 3 of them rushing for one man. Eh, you must use bush tea, bush medicine. Bush bath is good for you. Melly, I tell you, Melly, ho, under the sandbox tree, they pongin Melly and I pongin Ara. They pongin Melly and I pongin Ara. They pongin Melly and I pongin Ara to make 𝒚𝒂𝒄𝒉 and dancing Higa Bunda, big old Bunda, water Bunda, pounding Ara, mixing Ara, Higa Bunda, water Bunda, hey! She there entertaining fisherman with his fresh fish. I tell you, the 2 of them, 2 women in the market selling the goods. One selling provision, banana, yam, toloman, pumpkin, sweet potato, tea bush, guava berry to make your national drink. Best market day is Wednesday and Saturday. You hear what I tell you? Best market day is Wednesday and Saturday. You can get everything. I tell you, anything and everything fresh. From morning dew, cooking St. Maarten national fish, provision, cornmeal on Saturday. What it be? St. Maarten national dish, fish, provision, cornmeal on a Saturday. The next one say, she from here. She selling sugar cakes, pinda sweet, mint sweet, ginger cakes, milk sweet, coconut sugar cakes, coconut tarts. The whole works, but everybody with she. And here what she gonna come tell me? Local sweet tastes better for you. Local sweet tastes better for you. Hey boy, culture is music. Culture is music. Keep you always moving in a natural trim. I tell you, tra-la-la, tra-la-la, tra-la-la. Hey, boy. Melly for so. In the market, under the sandbox tree. I tell you to what tree-arm, I tell you. Who they want? Fisherman Nando. Yes, my girl. To start up with Fisherman Nando, you know, he liked the aristocrat woman daughter from up the island. But she family, they don't want he for her. But he best preference is she from up there. Tra-la-la, tra-la-la, tra-la-la. Hey, boy. Mele, I tell you, mele for so. Under the sandbox tree. But you see, let me tell you something. Sophie and Mary with him too. He pressed with them, and they pressed with he. But he brings something for who? From the sea, for who? Under the sandbox tree, he bring it. For the aristocrat woman daughter. But he too full of bygones. What a thing. Come see what he gave her. Under the sandbox tree. While tired old lady Miss Jeanette full of pain and cramp. She full of pain and cramp. For who? Nando. Just get a trap of fish for Miss Jeanette and show him the local dance. She call it the rumba, rumba. Say, Maarten, rumba, rumba. You must dance and you must respect we older people. Always help them. Tra-la-la, tra-la-la, tra-la-la. I tell all you, Mele. Hey, under the sandbox tree, seashell, seashell, seashell. Seashell was one time the survival means on this island. Conch shell was the sound of notification, communication, announcing wedding, selling from fish to meat, passing a message for events. It was the sound of music, even the sound of the dead. Love, I tell you, love, love for the conch shell from the sea, a taste of love. But the melody done. Sharp man come down now. But he fighting with Nando. For who now? The aristocrat woman daughter. He say he had a fuss. She my own. Well, let me tell you, never leave no man on you. Tra-la-la, tra-la-la, tra-la-la. By Laurel Yaya Richards. Thank you. My name is Melissa Fleming.
Just a quick announcement. Can the driver of M5772 please move your vehicle? M5772.
Respect to you and your family too. I will stick to the tusu and the pokey, a handful of tusu. This tusu is a precious something that God gave you. It's on you. It's mean that you is a girl and then a woman. It is precious because of you. This tusu and the way you handle it and control it, sometimes tusu can get out of hand. So you must talk to your tusu. Say, tusu, take it easy. We can't afford no. Wait. Tusu can hear and understand. They feel and do not abuse your tusu or your pokey. take care of your tusu, wash it with sweet moran, salsa bush, then powder with sweet basil, mint, or sweet sage. So tusu can always smell like sweet lavender, smell good, and taste good. These bushes is the taste of Angel tusu. Once upon a time, a man brutalized his wife tusu and beat her and she tusu and bite her. So the children call him tusu biter and 𝒂𝒄𝒉. This is the administration. First thing, the old grandmother or great aunt gonna tell you, they're watching you with all the apple of the eye. Waiting until you get 11 years to call you one day, lift up your arm, and say, oh yeah, so to go, you're cutting grass, you're cutting hairs, or you're getting hairs. So you're gonna soon climb the flamboyant tree. Well, leave me tell you something. Anytime you see blood on your pluma or your pantalette, bring it and show it to me. Now when it's come, the first thing they would do is bathe you in a bucket of well water. Then if it's your mother, she gonna go and tell your father, my boy, you got a young lady daughter in the house. And then she will go and tell all the older people in the village, and they all got a lesson to give you. So he say, if you want 𝒂𝒄𝒉, call me on the phone. When call on the phone, he got somewhere to go, he got something to do. Don't worry, he eat and suck it already. This is about the tusu and the 𝒂𝒄𝒉, in the name of respect by Laurel Richards.
Freedom-loving St. Martiners, good evening. I am 𝒐𝒍𝒏. I am going to read the bio of Laurel Yaya Richards. Laurel Richards was born on April 28, 1955 in the village of Freetown, St. Martin. As the first of 9 children of Alfira Bryan, what we know as Miss Avla, and Albert Richard, what we know as Mr. Beer. At the age of 14, while she was still in elementary school, Laurel obtained her sewing diploma from Clara Mingo. At the age of 16, she left the girls' school of Marigot to help her parents raise her brothers and sisters, which included making family clothes. At that time, her father was a construction subcontractor and her mother worked at La Samana Hotel as a housekeeper. In 1972, Laurel began what she called her first job training, making pizza and serving as a waitress at Portofino Restaurant Guest House at Mount O'Reilly, what we call Royal Hill. When her mother passed away in 1974, I remember that painful moment, my neighbor. Laurel found her employment as a housekeeping maid at La Samana Hotel. In 1988, after the death of her husband and now a mother herself, Laurel obtained her taxi license. In keeping with the deathbed promise to her mom to always keep her brothers and sisters united, her family gathered once a week for dinner at each other's home in Freetown. In 1990, Laurel founded the St. Louis Cultural Women Association of 𝒚𝒂𝒄𝒉 to promote the knowledge of traditional cooking, the folk and the carnival costuming, and how herbs and ground provision and fruit were used in both villages and generally on the island of St. Maarten. Around 2006, Laurel became the founding member of the 𝒚𝒂𝒄𝒉 Fête Association, a cultural promotion group which she was the president. School and cultural organizations from both parts of the island regularly invite Laurel Richards to exhibit and talk about her nation's folklore life. In 2002, with the recital of the 𝒆💂, Laurel poem began to evolve out of what may be called her spoken word presentation. In 2009, she was a special guest at the Poetry in the Garden organized by the Collectivité of St. Maarten Cultural Department. Laurel, popularly known as Yaya, was still an independent taxi driver and worked at La Samana at the time of her passing on May 26, 2010. She published a book postmortemly, The 𝒆💂, and other poems in the first book of Laurel Yaya Richards. It is my great pleasure to present the award to my neighbor and friend, the late Yaya Richards. Thank you very much.
I would like to call to the stage Ms. Priscille, Yaya's sister, to receive the award on her behalf.
When I look around in the world today, all about from country to town, I observe mankind's misery on display, and how you stand proud and strong, in spite of your heritage and history. I'm so very honored and happy that you are the one who gave birth to me.
We're moving on to our next tribute, and this tribute performance is to Anastasia Lamani. I would like to call to the stage solo a cappella vocalist Ashena Nisbet. She's going to be doing a song that was written by Josiane Artson Fleming, and the musical arrangement was done by none other than Anastasia Lamani. After which, presenter Josiane Artson Fleming will come and give us the bio for Miss Harmony. We also have a video presentation.
No matter where I roam, no matter where I go, St. Maarten, my isle in the Caribbean, will always be the place called home. Good evening, everyone. I am Ashena Nisbet, and I am honored to be here with you to pay tribute to the one and only Miss Anastasia Lamani. Something that's very special to me, my isle so small and yet so great, completely surrounded by the sea, capturing every breath of me. She gave rise to a beautiful wave of voices all across this isle. Voices of the lollipops, Walichi voices and interlude, the 𝒚𝒂𝒄𝒉, of which I'm a product. Juffrouw, thank you for showing and teaching us poise, discipline, and musicality. No matter where I roam, no matter where I go, St. Maarten, my isle in the Caribbean, will always be the place called home. Picturesque chains of mountains pearl like sand by the sea. The wonderful smiles of real people capturing every breath of me. No matter where I go, no matter where I roam, St. Martin, my isle in the Caribbean, will always be the place called home. I will always remember the music that permeated on Saturday morning with the choir in your home. Many of the musical artists on the island, who we are, who I am, musically, entirely, is because of you, Juffrouw. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. As I sat in the audience this evening, it was such a beautiful sight to look at the stage and all the work that has been going on. And I hope you're not taking it for granted, because this is a lot of work. And for that, I want to call Clara and give her a big hug and thank her for the work that she's doing for culture on St. Martin. That song that was sung earlier, I remember I was at Columbia University studying, and Anastasia was preparing for the book week. And she said, Josie, I need a song, and I need it today. I said, what? I got to study. But anyway, the next day when she called, the song was ready, because there's no place like home. So I am very happy, I'm very proud to be the one to present the bio of my dearest friend for the Sage Awards. Her name is synonymous with music. And we are here to crown her this evening. She's a musician, educator, composer, pianist, vocalist, arranger, performer, playwright, an artist par excellence, a perfectionist and an authentic creative force who likes to keep it real. Ladies and gentlemen, I am only speaking of my dearest friend, the lady of jazz, the lady of song, and our ambassador of music, Miss Anastasia Larmony. This soulful lady is blessed with the gift from God of music and cultural expressions. Her style of phrasing and improvisation reflects the culture that she represents. I mix up my points. Okay. She shares a fine-grained, relaxed phrasing with a cool sense of swing that fuses into a bouncing Caribbean Latin flavor mixed with a twinkle of classical lining. Her God-given gift of music and cultural expressions leads her through a rhythmic path to accomplish creative excellence. Anastasia Larmony has dedicated more than 40 years of her exemplary life to the music education and to building up young people to achieve their dreams of becoming professional musicians. Anastasia has been residing in the Netherlands for some time now, and there she also has left her stamp on excellence through her jazz. her jazz performances, and training of children in piano and voice. Stacy, as we lovingly call her, and her special friends call her Stacy, was born on Curacao and had the privilege of having parents from St. Maarten who were musically inclined. Her elementary and secondary years were spent in Aruba. Thereafter, she pursued her music career in the Brabants Conservatorium in the Netherlands. Years later, she attended the Berklee School of Music in the USA, where she studied jazz, improvisation, and swing. No wonder, after Anastasia left Berklee, several of our well-known musicians followed in her footsteps and graduated from Berklee School of Music. Very often she would say to me, you know something, Josie, St. Maarten has so much talent. And she talks about how proud she is of all the St. Maarten artists. She is known for her solo piano and jazz ensemble performances at dinners and private parties on yachts in the Netherlands, and her signature accomplishment in the Netherlands has been to have the St. Maarten history, the 𝒐𝒊𝒏𝒈 story, documented forever in the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam. And this is both in English and in Dutch. In addition, in 2017, for the very first time at the Diligencia Theater, which is a historical spot, the St. Maarten theatrical, musical, and short play was on stage, all about the escape of the 26 runaway slaves, poor Abby slaves. Abby been a harem, but Massa when a hidem. Imagine St. Maarten history, St. Maarten ancestral past, finally on the stage in the Netherlands. What an accomplishment. She has accompanied a variety of jazz performers, such as Denise Jana, Nessa Torres, a Blue Note jazz artist and Grammy Awards winner, who played with all the Berklee students, Berklee artists from St. Maarten. She accompanied a variety of jazz performers, and yes, I just mentioned that, and the Grammy Awards winner. She has been the principal founding member of several youth choirs, such as the Lollipops, as you just heard, in 1980 to 1988. This was followed by the 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓s, 1990 to 2000, the 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓 Voices, 2000 to 2009, and other groups included the A&L Jazz Vocal Ensemble and the Interlude Vocal Jazz Ensemble, as well as the 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓 Jazz Ensemble. So there are quite a number of them. As a perfectionist, these various vocal groups produced great music, which resulted in Anastasia receiving several awards, such as the Ambassador of Excellence in Music Award for outstanding contribution to the community in the fields of arts and music, the 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓 Award for Outstanding Musical Director, and the Press Prize with Latin Touch Quintet in Laren, the Netherlands. To put the icing on the cake, Anastasia was knighted in the Order of the House of Orange, Oranje Nassau, for her extensive work in arts and music, for her contributions to the community, particularly to the cultural and educational development of the island. How can we forget the children's songs that Anastasia composed and wrote the lyrics and composed the songs? These songs will finally be published. With the various groups she led, Stacy organized concerts to show her continued interest in the youths of St. Maarten, motivating them, improving their interest in music and related art forms. She also held special workshops featuring invited artists from both sides of the island and musicians from Europe and the USA. Anastasia, Your record shows that you have laid the groundwork in music education on our island. You have imparted to many your original style of music. You have empowered our youngsters to sing in the correct way and to be jazzy while singing. You have built this country's music foundation. Look around and enjoy all the musicians you have influenced and empowered. They are here tonight too, to honor you and to say thank you for that inspiration, for that discipline, for that encouragement. You have played a lasting and unforgettable role in their lives. Thank you, Anastasia. What a legacy. It reminds me of the song, if I can touch somebody, a life, a person, then my living shall not be in vain. Tonight, my dear friends, is the crowning moment of your worthy career. Anastasia Larmony, musicien extraordinaire, our ambassador of music, please come forward to receive your well-deserved award. Okay, we have a video and then we will present the award.
Now is the time.
There could not be a better way of shaping the age than creating peace and respect of the many cultures. But first, we must lay down that firm foundation. A foundation that leads us and others to the core of our identity by striving towards the oneness of many cultures, but one nation. The rhythm of music connects with our hearts, heals us, changes us. No matter where you are globally, music unifies us. Music unifies us, it changes us, heals us. Now is the time.
Get up, don't give up the fight. Life is one big road with ups and sides. So when you ride into the ruts, don't you complicate your mind. Free from hate, mischief and jealousy. The very thoughts put your vision to reality.
Now is the time.
Toiling the land, picking the salt. All this to get by. Sweat mixing with salt to reap potatoes and yams. From early dawn to late dusk. Yes, man, we live by the land. Toil in the land, picking the salt. Always still get by. Sweat mixing with salt to reap potatoes and yams. From early dawn to late dusk. Yes, man, we live by the land. One day, a new seed is gonna grow.
Yes, we'll now ask our ambassador to come forward.
Please come forward.
When I look around in the world today, all about from country to town, I observe mankind's misery on display, and how you stand proud and strong. In spite of your heritage and history, I'm so very honored and happy that you are the one who gave birth to me. And you never failed me since I was born very
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here. And I had to write 1 or 2 notes. My brother told me, now listen, Stasi, make it short. So, he's not here tonight. I'm going to make it short. I'm not the real speaker. I express myself in sound and music, movements. What I would like to say briefly is that I think, first of all, I would like to congratulate all the awardees here on stage. I said to myself, what a surprise that Miss Clara had for me tonight. And I'm proud and eternally grateful to be able to travel to St. Maarten, my home, my island in the Caribbean, in person to receive this award from someone to whom I'm eternally grateful to, Clara Reyes, Clarita, my father used to call her, and especially to our Minister of Education, Culture, Youth, and Sports, and all those, Clara, that work together with you in your department and bringing about this wonderful idea, the oneness, something that will continue to promote our cultural identity. I remember once at a function here a few years ago, there was a lady and she said, "St. Maarten ain't got no culture." So I said, oh no, I am culture. Every person that you see walking around here is culture. But I won't go too deep into that. But back to Clara, I'm going to make it very short. Clara grew up in my home, I must say. And I would say that Mrs. Josiane Artson, both of us culturally nurtured this young lady. Clara was about 14 years, and I mentioned this to her, I think this year for the first time. She's not 14 anymore, and I'm not 25 neither anymore. But in my home, I remember seeing her dancing and creating her own choreography with this little bobinette blue skirt she brought. And she said, "Yuff, I want to grow up and be just like you." I said, "Oh, yes, sure." And from that moment on, her whole idea took wings. So I traveled with her to study in America, and we did a lot of beautiful things. But what I wanted to say is, sorry, thank you, Clara, in setting the past now and encouraging, I would say, the encouragement towards the younger SAGE members and especially for those seated here, for taking your profession, what you consider as your profession, in whichever artistic form, as your mission. Your profession is your mission. You carry it on, you pass it on. Thank you, Clara, and all the others. And I must say that I truly, I turn my back, but you're standing there, appreciate the confidence you showed in me. One thing I would like to say again, you are a person, come and stand here, Clara, you're standing behind me. You got to stand next to me. Voila.
This is your night, you know.
No, I gotta make it short. I'm thirsty. I kept it in mind because I said you were a person with a powerful, strong determination, feeding this little nation, St. Maarten, every day. Along with your colleagues and Minister of Education, Culture, Youth, and Sports, for a powerful team, maintain that team. Dr. Rondas, maintain that team. Oneness, you have power. When one mind strays, it becomes weak. So continue to promote our culture, history, and heritage. And to all the awardees, my heartfelt congratulations. You are the sons and daughters of the soil, setting that pace for the future sages, icons of St. Maarten. Continue to reflect your profession in promoting not only culture, but our history and heritage. In this beautiful island, the smallest nation in the world. And thank you for being present, and my beautiful friends, Mrs. Maricia Rajuki and Mrs. Ruth Rudolfina. The others could not be present, but thank you. Thank you very much. That's beautiful. I love it. Thank you.
How are we doing, everybody? No. How are we doing? Yeah? So our next performer is going to be Naomi Janelle, and she's going to be doing a tribute to Sir Roland Richardson. Naomi choreographed this piece, and the piece was music that was done by the late Neville York entitled Sweet Salt. Right after Naomi's performance, we're going to have a video tribute for Sir Roland Richardson, and then presenter Clara Reyes is going to give us his bio. Ladies and gentlemen, Naomi Janelle.
My name is Roland Richardson, and I'm a native of St. Martin. I was born in Marigot. I grew up mostly in Goncalves, but I have lived over my lifetime in all the parts of St. Martin. The minute you touch your canvas, something starts to appear. Never mind that it is not intended to be anything. It's just showing you that it's a transformation of the white, which is symbolic of the light, into color, and color is how form forms. I have studied art professionally, 5 years at university, with a Bachelor of Fine Arts. And I am approaching, I would say, close to my 60th year painting as an artist who depends exclusively on my work. I have been privileged with the adventure of raising 5 children. I would say a very remarkable accomplishment given my chosen profession. Another simple way to explain what I try to do is I look at the subject and then I see something and then I respond to that. And by the time I do the responding, I come back, I see something else and then I pay attention to that. And so I allow the subject to lead me toward it, as opposed to me assuming that I'm the boss here and this is how I'm going to interpret it. No, I want to look up and I see something, I say, okay, I see it, I get at it a little bit, I don't get it, it doesn't matter. That's not the point. The point is that you start feeling the rhythm of the picture, you start following it as it defines the aspects of itself, and it's like an exploration. And you get there and you say, okay, wow, I see something else. And so what you do, you go and you follow that something else. And then piece by piece, several things occur. One is it moves you over the whole surface, not just one part, and you labor that to death, and when it's good and dead, then you move on. No, you look up, you see it, you follow it, and then piecemeal, what happens is the color, which is transforming this white light into color, starts mingling and creating form. And then the form takes on the qualities of life. But it's made up of substance that lasts longer than flesh. And so this will outlive us all. And if it carries that quality of whatever revelation, then it will be a source of effect and I hope uplift for generations to come.
The entire region of the Caribbean is blessed with a warm, glorious light, manifesting in myriad vibrant colors. This environment enchants, envelops, nourishes, and transforms all who are bathed by it. Here, color reveals qualities of its inner self that elsewhere are subtle and only hinted at. No wonder that paradise is still thought to be in this part of the world. Sir Roland Richardson. Sir Roland Richardson is best known for his radiant impressionistic paintings created in plein air, on location. Studying the living subject, he hopes that each of his creations will be a mirror of its time, its living community, and his magnificent Caribbean homeland, surrounded by turquoise sea. He has been painting 60 years. In 1967, All right. In 1967, Sir Rowland entered the Hartford Art School in Connecticut. Founded in 1877, the Hartford Art School is one of the most recognized American academies of fine arts for emerging artists. During his university years, he earned a full scholarship and was awarded the Outstanding Student of the Year award all 5 years, earning a bachelor's degree in fine arts with honors. Over 100 one-man and group shows in museums, major trade centers, and fine art galleries have honored Sir Rowland Richardson in public exhibitions. These include many Caribbean islands: France, the Netherlands, Middle East, Belgium, Bulgaria, Russia, and the United States. While he remains devoted to a simple life of genuine focus, Sir Rowland's artwork is rapidly earning the recognition and respect of art collectors and appreciators worldwide. His paintings are cherished in the public institutions of Memorial Sloan Kettering, New York City, Erasmus MC Cancer Institute, Rotterdam, le Palais Elysees, Paris, le Musée du Nouveau Le Monde, La Rochelle, France, and many collections of celebrated dignitaries and corporate leaders. His many years of work has touched the lives of thousands of people on every continent, in many countries and cultures all over the world. He hopes that his paintings represent beacons of light from his Caribbean culture that uplift and nourish all who encounter them. In addition to Sir Rowland's devotion to his art, he has also dedicated much of his life to St. Maarten community, particularly focused on the preservation of the environment and cultural traditions. For 14 years, he diligently researched and documented many facets of St. Maarten's history as founding editor-in-chief of the popular island magazine, Discover St. Maarten, Saint-Martin. His articles called forth professionals, archaeologists from Europe and the Caribbean to help uncover the island's past and preserve it for the future. His interviews with our elders have forever recorded the times of old that made way for the new. Sir Rowland's devotion to the restoration of historic sites is best known for his decade-long commitment in the 1980s to the restoration of Fort St. Louis overlooking Marigot Harbor. Here, he worked tirelessly, encouraging other volunteers from the community to work together to clear the steep path, grown tall with cacti, to revisit the site, to reassemble the building's artifacts, including its ancient cannons, which were finally airlifted from all points on the island to be returned to their historic settings. They wrote the history, made plaques, built the same stairs that thousands of people have climbed to this magnificent overlook. Through his vision, the lights on Fort St. Louis were first lit at night for all to see. Other restorations projects include the reconstructions of the original bridge in Grand Cause, based on the beautiful monument created by his great-uncle, Gaston Richardson, in the early 20s. Another devotion, the Old Mairie at number 6 Rue de la République, from 1988 to 2020, greeted international visitors and the entire local community to experience the 19th century Creole townhouse with a beautiful hidden courtyard, surrounded by 18th century stone architecture that date back to pre-French Revolution as the original barracks for the French soldiers who came to build Fort St. Louis. In 1944, Rowland Richardson was born to Elvira Lawrence and Louis Richardson at number 8, Rue de la République in Marigot. In the house that adjoins his gallery museum, intercontinental travel was mainly by sea, and what now are short car rides were full morning or long day trips traveled by foot, horse, or donkey on island tracks. Marigot was long distance from Grand Case. One hardly knew those born on the other side of the island. In fact, most of life was devoted to surviving on that which nature could provide, homegrown in backyards, the fields, or fished from the sea. His French and Dutch ancestors on St. Martin, Saint-Martin date back centuries. The Richardsons have been intricately involved in the establishment of government policy, the cultivation of major agricultural plantations, the introduction of modern utilities, telephones, and electricity, and the evolution of aviation in this region of the world. Sir Roland Richardson is a descendant of slavery as well as nobility, and poignantly represents the beautiful blends of many races, many cultures, and many continents that has emerged as a cultural heritage unique unto itself, Caribbean Creole. In 2007, Sir Roland Richardson was awarded the honor of Knight of the Order of Oranje, Nassau, from the court of the Queen Beatrix of the Netherlands, and has been privileged with 2 private exhibitions before the Queen. He has also been honored with the Lifetime Achievement Award from the French government. Ladies and gentlemen, Sir Roland Richardson.
All right, so Roland Richardson, can you just tell us very briefly a few words?
A lot of very fine words have been spoken tonight in honor of people who truly deserve it. And one of the reasons I would say that they deserve it is because they have persevered, most of us, our whole lifetime pursuing this commitment. So thank you for the honor and for your encouragement.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're winding down very quickly. This 10th tribute is to none other than Chester York, and I'm going to call forward the York family steel pan panorama, led by Isidore York. And once this amazing family, again, another music family, once this family has presented, we're going to ask his daughter, Idris York, to come forward and give us the bio for Mr. York.
Good evening, everyone. I'm honored and I stand here with great pride and joy to be an offspring of Mr. Chester Alexander York, a St. Martin steel pan pioneer, and to present you with his bio, an adventure that began in 1955. Chester York was born on October 22nd, 1944, to parents Frederick Adolphus York and Eulalie Henson on the Dutch side of the island of St. Maarten. In 1955, Chester York first joined a steel band group. Willie Myers, a bass drummer for the John Lamony Band, gave him encouragement. He was the one who convinced Chester's great-aunt, Sarah Elizabeth Arundel, also known as Sarah Conochi, that Chester appeared to be interested in playing the steel pan. Willie persuaded her to buy him a steel pan and begged her to allow Chester to attend the practices. After some thought, Chester's aunt told Willie that it was okay, but that it was his responsibility to get him home safely and on time, because she did not want Chester to be associated with any bad company. Chester joined the Jungle Sparrow Steel Band, which was then led by Joseph Carty. However, there had been other band captains, steel pan arrangers, and pan makers before, during, and after Mr. Carty. Chester first showed interest in the steel pan when he was 13 years old, but he had no idea that this would mark the beginning of his steel pan career. Chester York primarily learned the steel pan art form by observing what others like Mr. Carty and others who came before him did. He then imitated all he saw them do and experimented on his own. In 1958, the Caribbean Boys Steel Band from Phillipsburg, led by Mr. John Vlon, departed for Aruba to perform. In 1959, the Jungle Sparrows, with whom he played with, traveled to Curaçao for 2 months. Chester York was unable to travel because his aunt, with whom he was residing, refused to give him permission to travel with the band. The group had broken up shortly after the members returned to St. Maarten, and Chester York's true leadership experience began in 1959. At that time, he formed his own steel band group, which was named the Jungle Tigers. Shortly thereafter, the group was renamed the Merry Youths because all of the members were young men. They were all boys in their teens. The members of the Merry Youths were Greville Brill, Hubert Phillips, Lexi Richardson, Alan Phillips from St. Eustatius, Clarence Matthew from Trinidad, who was the one who trained them and arranged the music for the group. Chester York, who was the leader of the group, the Jungle Tigers. Chester constantly had to be learning that specific instrument and the particular part as well. This was the group's greatest challenge because when a member left, that person's music part would be missing, which led the band to fall behind with the sound. But for Mr. York, this was a blessing in disguise because he had to fill for those who left. He was also able to obtain knowledge and experience of all the pans as a result. The name of the steel pan group changed several times during the period 1957 through 1978. The names were the Jungle Sparrows, the Jungle Tigers, the Merry Youths, Beach Islander Moonlighters, and Pot Stealers. Chester York began experimenting in 1959 after forming his own band and made his first steel pan. He later said that when creating it, he even skipped a note from the major scale do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, do, which he claimed he hadn't noticed before. However, he continued playing it without the note T until he made another pan. Later on, he also developed the skill to tune the pans with himself, which he also traveled abroad to tune the pans for others as well. Many persons on the island would also come to him to have their pans tuned. He was not the only tuner on the island, but he was the one to carry it on. When St. Thomas-based Steel Pot Stealers, Steel Pan, visited St. Maarten in 1969, they gave performances at the Seaview Hotel and Little Bay Beach Hotel. When they left the island, they left the pans for Mr. York and his band, but the accountant who was working at the Little Bay Hotel at the time obstructed the process and gave the pans to another steel band. Chester York then traveled to St. Thomas where a large number of Trinidadians were teaching pupils and making steel pans for them. He then requested some of them to travel to St. Maarten to teach the pan players in his band. He went and observed them while also purchasing a pan for himself from them. The commitment, devotion, and vision of Chester York to preserve the steel pan legacy in St. Maarten are immeasurable. When he knew someone was skilled and had the ability to teach and conduct steel pan music, or both, he didn't ask assistance. He bore the financial sacrifice on his own. Mr. York enjoyed working with some talented individuals at the time: Leroy Williams, Clarence Matthew, Earl Boots Jones, Randolph Idris Daniels, Victor Babu Samuel, Llewellyn Welly Howell, Eustace Harris, Fitzroy Champ Martin, Lingfield Kojo Martin, and Clive Knowles are just a few of the numerous people who he had the opportunity to come to St. Maarten to train our local pan men. The main reason he sent for these experienced and skilled arrangers to St. Maarten was so that the band would improve overall in all areas. This allowed him to gain more in-depth knowledge, develop his talents in steel pan making, and learn how to arrange steel pan music. Over the years, Mr. York was able to secure sponsors from a number of St. Maarten companies. The Pot Rum Factory at Point Blanche was the biggest sponsor, and Heineken Beer Company was another. For a long time, the band went by the name Pot Stealers, even after the Pot Rum distillery shut down and left St. Maarten. The band had contracts with several of St. Maarten's top hotels, such as the Mullet Bay Beach Resort, Concord Hotel, Little Bay Hotel, Dawn Beach, St. Maarten Ile Hotel, Great Bay Hotel, Oyster Pond Hotel, Saint-Tropez Hotel, Le Grand St. Maarten, and the La Habitation Hotel. The band also played aboard the Polynesia cruise vessel and numerous cruise ships that anchored in our shores. The privilege and opportunity to visit St. Bart's, Saba, Aruba, Curacao, Anguilla, St. Eustatius, the Netherlands, and the USA were given to the Pot Stealers. In order to market St. Maarten as a tourist destination, the majority of the travel to the USA was for trade events. The steel pan was mainly a hobby for Mr. Chester York, but over time, he came to have a tremendous fondness for it. As long as you resided close to Chester York, you were always invited to take a steel pan lesson from Mr. York. Chester York served as a teacher to a range of island residents, including his brothers, Leopold and George York, his wife, Gertrude York Arndell, and his children, Isidore York, also known as Mighty Dow, Neville, Earl, Frederick, Idris, and Malisan. He also served as a teacher to his neighbors and in-laws. Once you were Mr. York's neighbors, you cannot claim that you had never participated in a steel pan session or class with him. Through the encouragement of his children, the grandchildren, as well as his great-grandchildren, were stimulated to continue the steel pan legacy. As a result, Chester York's accomplishment as a pioneering musician were not forgotten in St. Maarten. His family's younger members are currently undergoing training and classes in order to continue the tradition, or to put it another way, it is open to them. The choice of how they use it is entirely theirs. Therefore, history will show that Chester York's voyage, which began in 1959, earned St. Maarten tremendous recognition, and that his children and grandchildren now hold the throne, since his sons are active in the music industry and play prominent roles in it. The 500 to 600 students that the Dow's Musical Foundation teaches each week represents a significant role for St. Maarten. What is amazing and very rewarding to see is at his very young age of 78, not only has Mr. Chester York contributed to the art form, but he is still doing so. This year, he was invited to perform the St. Maarten's Anthem at the reopening 90th celebration of the Phillipsburg Mutual Improvement Association, PMIA Hall. He also blesses the Sunday's worship with his melodious sweet pan music at 2 Methodist churches every Sunday. He plays at funerals and assists and plays with the seniors group at Dow's Musical Foundation. Steel pan is what it is today in St. Maarten, thanks to Mr. Chester York, who had a clear vision, patience, and understanding of what needed to be done to keep the steel pan alive as one of St. Maarten's cultural art form. I have the privilege now to present you Chester Daddy with the Sage Cultural Award. Thank you.
When I look around in the world today, all about from country to town, I observe mankind's misery on display.
Mr. York, do you have a few words you'd like to share with us?
A very few short words. Actually, what I said, I was playing steel band from 57 years, from 57. I have 65 years now in the steel band business. And what was forgotten to be said was that in 2018, when Dow went up to St. Vincent, I had the opportunity to go with him, and my main role there was to tune the background pans. But then, and then there was another guy from Trinidad who will do the lead section. But then at the end of it, the one from Trinidad didn't show up, so I had the whole weight on me, so I had to tune the whole band. So that was a big improvement for me. So in 2018, I tuned the whole band for Dow there in Trinidad, and Dow did a very good job up there in St. Vincent. Very good. That's all for now.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to put your biggest round of applause for all 10 of our Sage Cultural awardees. We are on our final awardee, and we have a tribute specifically for Camille Bailey. I'm going to call to the stage 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓 Van Terpoel, who will give us a saxophone rendition, after which Stanley Hart will give the bio. But this is a very special award. So right after the tribute, I'm just going to have Ms. Clara Reyes give us a few words on what this award is about. So, cultural tribute.
We will continue with a video. Mr. Camille Bailey in his own words.
You do not know who you are, then you cannot identify yourself, because knowing who you are is an identity. An identity with whom you're dealing. You have knowledge of an identity, and identity is a number of things. It is an image with values, values which are spiritual as well as material, which are sensitive, which are cognitive, which is intellectual, which are spiritual, call it, but not. Every one person will not be able to emancipate a whole nation. It's always a group of people, is always a force which is expressed by, can be expressed by an individual, but which is carried on like a whirlwind, like a hurricane. It grows in momentum and force until it actually ravishes the whole area. It has to start by the eye. Somewhere, even though the eye is calm, it starts from a certain point. It develops from a certain point. Now, the certain point you're referring to are those people who have that type of knowledge. It is therefore their responsibility to actually share that knowledge. But by the same analogy I use, that a hurricane builds and builds and builds, that it can become destructive. So also, this hurricane can build and build, this knowledge can build and build. If it's not placed in the right hand, it's not dealt with in the proper manner, it can build again into a destructive manner. I'm not afraid of actually sharing this knowledge. I am wary as to with whom to share it, because not everybody who says, Lord, Lord, will enter into the kingdom of heaven. And I advisedly have used this expression, biblical expression, and I want to use another one. I think it's prohibitive to throw pearls for the swine, because they will not know the value of it. So it sounds arrogant, the way I'm expressing it, but yet I think it's a realistic attitude to take sometimes. Yet, having said this, I believe that one who has knowledge which can be of this vital importance to a group of people, to a nation, has the responsibility, I use a stronger word, is obliged to quit himself of that or herself of that responsibility, so that others can share and participate in the awareness, the idea, the creative energy which will actually be provoked by this particular knowledge. Because an educational term, an educational principle, is that if you do not share, then you do not become more. The more knowledge you share, the more knowledge you gain. The more knowledge is shared, the more knowledge goes around to be shared. And so the more you share this idea, the greater the idea comes. Because every mind makes a contribution to that particular idea. There's no one mind that creates in isolation. It's not possible. The participation of mind is a oneness. And it's those who throws it out do not even know the end of it. Because once it's taken up, it's created and recreated again. But it is necessary, because that's its life.
Honorable Governor, ladies and gentlemen, I have the distinct honor tonight to stand in front of you and to say something that had to be said a long, long time ago. What I'm saying is that in St. Maarten, there is but one man, only one, who has his name written on a street in Amsterdam. And then you're going to ask me, who is that man and why is his name on that street? And I'm going to share with you why his name is on the street and who the man is. I'm sure you know already who he is because you just saw part of his bio. It is none other than Mr. Camille Bailey. And I looked at your audience this evening, and I must say that the little village in St. Maarten, which I hold very dear in my heart because I lived there for 5 years, has performed tremendously. Look at the artist, and you will see what I mean. This street in Amsterdam has the name of Mr. Camille Bailey because of reasons which we will not go into tonight. But there are other things which we ought to mention, because Mr. Camille Bailey is actually the person who is receiving that wonderful award that, and where is she now? That this beautiful lady has thought to bring to us this evening. Why is that? Because he is receiving an award for something that is actually incomprehensible. What is it? What is happening? Mr. Camille Bailey, and I shall read some of his bio. As he was called by many, he was born Camille Hector Bailey on March 1st, 1936. He was born in the village of Colbay, and not as some people will say he was born in Marigot or he was born in Aruba. No, he was born in the village of Colbay. In Colbay, next to the Methodist Church, to be specific to you. Camille Bailey was born to Elsie Laveist, better known as Miss Elsie of Colbay, and Guillaume Henry Bailey of Rambaud. At the age of 11 months, Camille Bailey's parents, as so often happened on this little island, took him and his siblings to Aruba. And there goes another falsification. Mr. Bailey is not from St. Maarten. Mr. Bailey is from Aruba. No, Mr. Bailey was born here. His mother and parents had to immigrate, as in those days it was necessary. We had actually very little on this little island that we could fall back on, and they made a decision to take him to Aruba. There he attended the Roman Catholic. Can you imagine? There he attended the Roman Catholic primary school Don Bosco. You see actually how St. Maarten has developed, because we didn't have any, I nearly use the word apartheid, because we worked together. So Mr. Bailey attended the Catholic primary school Don Bosco, which was run by the friars of Don Bosco. Mr. Bailey was always a very excellent student. And you hear me saying Mr. Bailey all the time, and you're wondering, why is Stanley Hodge standing there and talking about Mr. Bailey? We have had a very strong cooperation, and I will tell you about that a little bit later. But no matter what, we always address this man as Mr. Bailey. And I want you to understand that that was the image that he gave you. I am Mr. Bailey. And no matter what anyone says to you, he was Mr. Bailey. And today still, I will not call him Camille, I will say Mr. Bailey. Mr. Bailey, you see I still said it? Mr. Bailey always wanted to do his best, something he also instilled in his children and his grandchildren. His brother Don told the story of Mr. Bailey being so bright, so clever, and dedicated to his studies that one year in elementary school, he placed second in his class. And what did he do? He just cried and cried and cried, completely inconsolable. He swore that he would never, that would never happen to him again. He went on to finish his MULO, which was the school in Aruba. Then he finished his 𝒕𝒕𝒄𝒉 with top honor, earning him a scholarship to study in the Netherlands. Now, I'm going to say something which might sound strange to you, but in the Netherlands, as I just told you, there was a street named for him. This man, was proud to be in the Netherlands, but he did not want to stay in the Netherlands as some people would think. He wanted to come back home. He wanted to be where he could help his own people. A little unknown fact, actually, is that Mr. Bailey wanted to become a doctor. But he fell in with a group that was to be enrolled in the Pedagogic Academy and throughout the Netherlands, and he ended up at a Jesuit-run Roman Catholic Teachers Training College, the 𝒚𝒂 College in The Hague, and a 5-year program where he earned his headmaster certificate. Strange things happen. I sometimes believe that there was some kind of a relationship between Mr. Bailey and myself, because if I tell you now that I also went to Holland at 16 years old, went also to a college run by these same people, did my training there, got my teacher's degree, got my master's degree at that same college, and never met Mr. Bailey. When I came back to St. Maarten, I was told, be careful. Stanley, be careful. I wondered, be careful for what? I have my degree, I have a job waiting for me, because I was teaching at a Roman Catholic school. But somehow, on a small island, this kind of information precedes anything that happens to you. So I was told to be careful. Then one day, Mr. Bailey called me and said to me, I want you to join the workshop. I want you to join the workshop for societal studies. Now there already you see something happening. What is the workshop for societal studies? What do you want to have done on St. Maarten that is going to be considered the workshop for societal studies? And Mr. Bailey, with a large group of people, now I say large, but there were only 10 people in total, and of the 10, maybe 7 came to regular meetings, and we discussed all kinds of societal problems, and came up not only with the problems, but came up also with solutions for these problems. And that already sent a message. Because we live in a small community, and because we live in a small community, and you do not share everything right away with everybody, you are branded. You are branded, and Mr. Bailey was told, well, we don't know what this all means. Right away, there was something that that didn't click. And Mr. Bailey thought, well, I have to do something about this. And I personally, got a little bit scared. Because you were just a young teacher, you're just 21 years old, and you are hearing, be careful. Be careful, because you are committing yourself to someone who is branded. I didn't know that Mr. Bailey was branded. I didn't know that what we were discussing in meetings would go out of context and be talked about as being counter national-like or counterproductive for St. Martin, but we had to more or less close down this workshop for societal studies. And rest assured, we'd never discussed anything that was not above board. We discussed all kinds of problems that St. Martin was facing. Besides getting an education, Mr. Bailey had met in in Aruba, his soulmate, Elvia Dorothea Bailey Martinez, and there is where our love story began. These two people were married for 46 years. 46 years. And I am happy to say that out of that marriage, they had two children of whom all of us, and I say all of us, are to be very proud. One is the principal, the director of one of our educational institutions, and the other is a medical doctor. I had hoped this evening that we would have had both of them present. The principal of the school, the director of the school, and the doctor. Because that would have said to Mr. Bailey, we not only have been able to tell the people actually, via one of your collaborators, what you are and who you are and what you've done for St. Martin, but also to show them that my offspring is here contributing to the upliftment of St. Martin. Because what happened is very strange. There were people, and that often happens in small societies, who were jealous. They were jealous simply because this man was doing something which was good for the island. He was discussing his problems, and he was discussing not his problems, but the problems of St. Martin, and trying and helping to look for a solution for them. Have you ever heard about this type of people? What do you do with them? You put them aside. But that could not happen because the story was too ingrained in some people. And when I was putting this together, partially, because partially it was done by this organization, I called one of the young people who had the opportunity to be taught by Mr. Bailey. And fortunately, he was on stage tonight. He was on stage tonight. But he's no longer here, and I hope he's somewhere in the audience. And I said to him, I want you to tell me what Mr. Bailey stood for. Who is Mr. Bailey? And he said to me, I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to write it down for you. He sent me 2 pages of information. 2 pages of information of his experience with Mr. Bailey. And he told me Mr. Bailey was a man who had a tremendous love for St. Martin. I knew that, but I wanted to hear it from somebody else. He had a tremendous love for St. Martin. So tremendous that whenever you touched St. Martin, actually you touched Mr. Bailey. You touched him because he thought at that moment that you were doing something that was going to be counterproductive for this beautiful island. And Mr. Bailey showed that in all kinds of ways. This young man told me I should share one of these times these stories with you. One of the stories was, for instance, that Mr. Bailey came to the class, and as a young teacher in Kolbe, there was one young man from Kolbe who wanted to show off, as we call it. He wanted to show you what he could do. Am I going over time? Yes. I'm going to close off right now. He wanted to show you what he could do. And he said, Mr. Bailey, who was very wanting to do something for his people in Kolbe. Mind you, he wanted to do something for his people in Kolbe. Grabbed this young man and put him in a chair in the back. And this incident went ahead, and it caused a lot of resentment, I would call it, in Kolbe. I'm sorry that my time is running out, but I'm not going to let this young lady stop me from telling you. I'm not going to let her stop me from telling you that Mr. Bailey had a tremendous love for St. Maarten, and never a moment did he have a hate for the island. Thank you very much. You saw me look in the direction over there when I talked about his children. I would want to call, because some of you might not know, his daughter forward. And I want to let you know that this young lady is the director of one of our secondary schools, and she is going to probably say 2 words to you.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
All about from country to town, I observe mankind's misery on display. And how you stand
So
proud
in
and
addition to getting the Sage Cultural Award, Mr. Bailey, for his role in the community, for his role in government, as former head of the Department of Culture, also laying and becoming the architecture for putting the infrastructure in place for development of culture on this island. We have also given him the Vision of Cultural Legacy Award. And this is an original award made on St. Maarten, designed by Zuleika from Pete's Photo. And the painting, as you can see, is in multiple layers. The artist's name is Christian Lacaudion. Wow. So we present to you, for your father, Mr. Camille Bailey, the Visionary of Cultural Legacy Award within the Sage Awards. So this is for you and your family, for your father. Oh, sure.
which all nations cannot live. I am glad that yeah, I was born. In my books, you are #1 on the chart. You always have people at heart. From you, my friend, I'll never depart. You have always been steadfast and true in all I do. There is no country better than you.
Protocol already being established. Good evening, St. Maarten people. On behalf of our family, my brother and his son, Ray Bailey, his grandchildren, in order, we celebrated their birth, Aleeze, River, and Indy Ray, his son-in-law, Connis Vanterpool, and for the generations that went before him and are present with us now, we are humbled and honored to receive this award on behalf of our beloved father, Mr. 𝒚𝒂𝒄𝒉 Esquire. Our cup truly runneth over. Our father's life creed was God, family, and country. He loved his late devoted wife, 𝒕𝒉𝒂𝒄𝒉, who supported him in all his endeavors and was herself a country contributor. He loved his family and revered his grandchildren. Often joking with Ray and myself, he would say, "If I knew grandchildren was so much fun, I would have had them first." So Aziza, River, and Indy, Grandpa has left you generational wealth, not just the kind traditionally expressed in money, property, and things, but more importantly, a legacy steeped in service of his country. May you also create generational wealth for your families. What you've just witnessed is a snippet of a journey of a native son, steeped in history and culture of our people, a reflection of a development of a people vicariously through generations of experience. We thank our father's loved Department of Culture, Ms. Clara Reyes, and her dedicated team, Mr. Stanley Hodge, for that very impassioned introduction. Our family's invited guests for being here together with us in recognition of our father, and all of you who have been part of our father's life's journey. We are grateful for your presence. All the amazing performance and persons behind the scenes, I know our father is here with us, smiling down at us, saying, "Job well done, job well done, thank you." My father being a sage, I could not just come and just say thank you without leaving some nuggets of sage advice in his honor. Hear me when I say, whether you were born here or brought here, we share a common history. In my father's word, we are part and parcel of the same creative memory. Our cultural identity shared in common experiences. We are all here in Maarten, the village, to coin a concept from my father, who referred to the village as the cultural frame of reference of our society. So you see, we all have a responsibility to honor Maarten's people, its history and culture. In doing so, we honor ourselves. We all have a responsibility to honor, protect, and develop the village. Please let our father's life work and commitment to his country be an inspiration to promote the tenets of our country, our cultural identity, the legacy of pride, moral courage, spiritual resilience, self-reliance, integrity, diligence. Honor our forebears. To our leaders, listen to our community. Hear the heartbeat of the nation, and you will be guided by it. Our father left his legacy of educational and cultural institutions, policies, and projects, some still in the archives of government. He was always a visionary. Leaders, give the persons you have in place the mandate and support to bring those projects into fruition. They are all there to benefit his beloved people, his country. To our young people who are always there to my heart and my father's heart, as he spent the remainder of his years in service to them, sharing our history and culture through oral tradition, we look to you to carry the torch and breathe life into the village. Be a leader in your own right, a leader with integrity, a producer and not a consumer. It is in your DNA, it is your birthright. Commit to the service of others. Commit to serving your country. Know that you come from a rich history of fierce warriors and independent thinkers. Take up your charge and be legendary. Today, we are struggling with our country's status. We don't need to look any further than the cultural identity of the village to solve our young country's problems. I will leave with you what our father wrote back in 2010 on the eve of us attaining our new status. To be successful, we have to follow the advice of the noble initiates of the village that implores us to return to the village. Go within the village to find the foundation, our real foundation on which to build our city, our national identity. For only then we can hope to find our true voices and sing the chanties of our birth. Let Ben story end. Thank you. We all thank you.
Last poem, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, revered artist, esteemed, respected sage, wisdom, knowledge bearers, we have one last poem that summarizes what this experience is about. In the words of the late, great, majestic poem, 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓, he said, "'Tis we zone." I present to you the amazing Joy Carty to present the poem of Mr. 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓 to wrap up this wonderful evening. And just so you know, the evening is not over. We have a shingding after. There's food, there's drink, there's music. Let the party begin. But first, Miss Joy.
Thank you, Clara. Good evening, everyone. St. Maarten is we zone. Our forefathers came here from faraway lands, crossing the ocean from Europe to Asia and Africa to this sweet sugar cane and soft sea cotton island where they just put down their boots and planted their roots. Some came to explore, some came to escape, while others were brought here against their will to plant their fields and to toil the soil, to grow their crops and to reap their salt. We labor from dawn to dusk in those salt ponds after giving of our blood, sweat, and tears for 400 years. Emancipation finally came, and without any questions, we were promised an empty commission. But when situations started getting tougher, it was only then the massa run away further to better life for he and leave we here to suffer. But we fight back and we managed to survive. So now, as their offspring, we claiming this land for we. And everything that on it is we zone. So every galling and every pelican is we zone. Every rock stone in the gut and every blade of grass is we zone. The flamboyant trees that bloom in June and July is we zone. Every slave wall that is still standing is we zone. The dance Panam with Miss Nazy Lewis from Freetown is we zone. Yaya with she pretty color frock is we zone. The Sham Mangoes in La Colombe is we zone. We sweet Pomseret and we Kinep in Colombe is we zone. And we tamarind and every almond tree in Fresby is we zone. The sour sap and the sugar apple in Latry is we zone. The golden apple and Margopa in Cripplegate is we zone. The fried Johnny cake with saltfish and bush tea is we zone. The peppermint drop and coconut cake and Miss Manda sugar cake is we zone. The arrowroot porridge in the morning as we wake is we zone. The dry cassava bread and sugar and water in the afternoon is we zone. We pigtail and red bean soup dash with sugar in a spoon is we zone. The scent of the sweet potato pudding slowly baking in we rock oven is we zone. We coconut tart and we guava berry punch for Christmas is we zone. The pigeon peas and rice with a piece of pigtail inside so nice is we zone. Every lime tree that we can see is we zone. We Saturday dish of cornmeal, dumpling, and stew fish is we zone. The fungi and fried jackfish is we zone. The cornmeal stirred with okra is we zone. Buy a fish boil up banana, yam, tanya seed, sweet cassava is we zone. The cornmeal pap, the flour pap, they too is we zone. The morning breakfast with droppers and milk is we zone. Oh, sweet St. Maarten land, even though we run away thousands of miles from her shores to seek a better means of livelihood, we still come back to her because she's we's own. Thank you.
We now going to invite, after sitting for a very long time, for you to all stand in the center, take one group picture, and then we're going to proceed to the Shingding and participate with the Shingding. Yes, please rise and stand up so we can take our final group picture. I want to extend my profound gratitude to Ms. Faiza Tabasamu for an excellent job. Yes, Juffrouw. Go do the group picture. We're going to go over there. And everyone else come together so we can have this wonderful picture with all these wonderful awardees. Thank you all for coming out. And for sharing in We Story, in honoring our legends, our legacy builders. Car P3175. Please move your car. And I'm going to join this group picture. Miss Vera, you're good? Your daughter said feed you because you're sleeping on stage. That's it? You have everybody? All right, everybody, thank you for coming out. I want to give a big round of applause to the team of Aleeze for an amazing job. And the team Department of Culture, you guys rock. Thank you for coming out. Please go in the back, partake in all the snacks we have, but we want people to go over to the picture wall so we can take more pictures on that side. Okay? Thank you, Ruth and team. Thank you, Rodney, Daphne, Lourdes, Kurt, all the people behind the scene. Thank you for hanging out with us. MP Bichlani, Governor, SG. That address is fantastic. Please go to the back and participate in the meals.